You have a camera on your body. Part of you have to go through the HR process of that. Just
Well, you can say it again later. You don't. For the regular meeting, or do I have to have you sign? They do one for PWA, all of them. They're all the same thing. So we should sign.
Ability to bridge some
Are we on live yet?
mediation between the parties.
One thing I want to ask everyone, make sure you.
Let me go ahead and put it up there in my mouth.
can you hear me?
Bueller.
Is this too muffled?
Right. All right, y'all ready? Call to order the Coweta special meeting. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, we don't have that on here, but we'll go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance for those at home. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will do roll call
Naomi Hogue,
here.
Daniel Beatty,
Here.
Donald Beath,
Here.
All right. Item number 3 is executive session. Consider a motion and vote to enter executive session pursuant of Title 25O.S, Section 307B1 to discuss the employment, hiring, and appointment of a city manager, including the review and discussion of applications and resumes submitted, conducting candidate interviews with Mike Bell, Jessica Goff, is that how you say your last name? And Edgar Bararzo, and scheduling additional interviews. I do want to note for those online, we are following the normal standard business practice in interviewing internal candidates, just for awareness. I make a motion to move into executive session.
Second.
Naomi Hogue,
Yes.
Daniel Beatty,
Yes.
Donald Beath.
Yes.
All right. We will be going into executive session now.
No, I was going to finish writing what I have here. there, unfortunately. No. I don't. I don't think we have the door set to lock on the outside because of the meeting tonight. So, and you know where my office is. If you need me before then, just knock.
I'm a lefty, so it's like, feels a little bit more natural for me to. I think it's Tuesday. I looked at the calendar. I'm like, oh, that's the day the teachers are
Well,
all.
I didn't know if they were going to come out and make a receipt. Okay.
It's like the unfortunate day where I have both our
Don't need
kids
to
to
have that
myself,
right
and that ends up being
Okay.
a hellish night.
Are we going to pledge allegiance again? I'm so expecting it this weekend. Okay. I just put it on this one for
Okay, I'm already trained to like move forward with it.
at 6 o'clock.
I do too. Call to order the regular city council meeting. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. We'll do roll call
Naomi Hogue,
here.
Daniel Beatty,
Here.
Donald Veith,
Here.
Move down to item number 4, general city council comments. Does any council member have any comments? Back to school is coming. Watch out for the kids. Watch out for the heat because it is hot. That's all I got. Great. Move down to item number 5, the city manager report. Julie?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First, I want to talk about the public safety projects. The police station remains on schedule. This week, they're testing the building envelope to make sure there's no water coming through. That's very important to us. They're putting in the primary electrical service, and everything is staying on track. Fire station number 1 is also still on schedule. The delivery of the pre-engineered building, the metal building, is supposed to be arriving on August 13th. And Brian has been working hard behind the scenes to try to get the alerting system in place, and it looks like that's coming together. So we're thankful everything is staying on track for those 2 projects. The food truck park project, we had a pre-bid conference on Friday. We had several potential bidders come to that, so we're hopeful we'll get a good number of bids. Those will be opening on August 17th and potentially awarded at our next regular council meeting on September 14th. And that park, just for those of you who have missed that, is just here on the other side of the building at City Hall. There'll be a small park and food truck court there for people to enjoy. 121st Street Bridge Project, we're still working with ONG on the relocation of the natural gas line. I did get a price estimate from them Friday afternoon. It's about $90,000. So we'll be getting a contract for that here shortly for potential approval. the problem we're having with one of the property owners about the right-of-way, we just cannot accommodate what they're asking for. We have another agenda item to discuss that further, but we'll be potentially proceeding with condemnation depending on what the council votes on there. I'm happy to report that we received a wildflower grant from the help of Vice Mayor Beatty. Let us know about this opportunity, and we had a representative from Color, Oklahoma, come out about a week ago to talk about the project plans. And what we're intending to do is plant wildflower seeds along the railroad tracks going up and down 51. And John Bates has been really helpful in coordinating that project, so I appreciate that. And finally, Shop Coweta is underway. I'm getting ready to order tickets again, so be on the lookout for that. Any businesses that are participating, we need to know as soon as possible so we can get you the right number of tickets. That's all I have for today.
Thank you. We'll move down to item number 6. So consent items. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
For consent items. Can you hear me in the thing? Sure, come forward, Josh. Thank you. So you want to talk specifically about 5 and 6? All right. For the ones at home, item number 5 that he wanted to talk about is appointment of Rowdy Reeves to the Coweta Planning Commission and Board of Adjustments. And then item number 6 was appointment of Jennifer Curtis to the Planning Commission and Board of Adjustments. What would you like to say, sir? Make sure the mic's on.
Ew. Test, test, test.
Thank you.
All right, yeah. So question on the appointments. Not that I'm have objections against the appointments, but coming out of the investigation that we had with Chief Bell, one of the takeaways was that we were going to be transparent between the council and the community. Personally, I feel that appointments to a board or a committee of this nature is important to be discussed in a meeting. Also, I feel that if we're appointing, then it might be important to them to at least be acknowledged. So if we're not acknowledge appointment to a board, then either it seems kind of shady to me or that we're just not wanting to acknowledge them. So why do we not feel it's important to acknowledge the appointment to a board that we're just going to skip right over it just through a silent approval of the meeting? That's my question.
Patrick, would you like to explain on the appointment of boards?
Well, the appointment to these boards and commissions are at the discretion of the mayor. The council merely confirms that appointment, and certainly that's something that the council can discuss if it wishes to, but it doesn't have to. It can based on the information that's presented and on the mayor's reliance.
I mean, I can understand, but the question is, I mean, the council obviously is important to discuss in a meeting, but why is the planning commission any less important than a council member? So to me, it sounds like that we're saying that those members are inferior and they're just unimportant, is the impression. In addition to not even discuss it, it sounds like they were just silently throwing them onto a board. Again, it's not that I'm debating or being condescending about it. It's just if we're coming out of the investigation that we had with Chief Bell, we're talking about transparency between the council and the community. To do a silent approval with this is now continuing old behavior that we've had to where we're continuing a pattern of behavior of lack of transparency. Again, it's about optics and it's about transparency. And if we're wanting to rebuild trust, if we're just doing silent approvals, we're not restoring trust and accountability. Again, I'm not trying to dispute. It's just if we want to restore trust with the community and to have accountability, we have to be able to do that. And to not show acknowledgement of these members, it just seems like they're inferior to the council, and it's just not good optics, in my opinion.
If I could add to that, I'm sorry, but the very fact that this is done in an open meeting, that you've signed up to talk about it, is part of that transparency. If anybody else wanted to sign up and talk, then certainly they can. That's the purpose of this open meeting and the allowing you to speak on it. And we all appreciate that. If anybody else wants to speak about these appointments, this is their opportunity.
Also, I wanted to point out, these are the only 2 applicants we received, so we didn't have a lot of choice anyway.
And from my perspective, we did have an interview with both candidates and discussed 30 minutes, roughly 15 to 30 minutes with them about their objectives and what they wanted to do as a planning commission or a board of adjustments member. So, and
Which
these are just my recommendations at this point. As you know, sitting on the council, you have the opportunity to say no or yes to this.
Which that's great, but you guys know that, but not everyone understands that. And that's the point that I'm saying is you understand that and I understand that, but how many people understand it? And that's the point I'm trying to emphasize is not everybody understands the process. And the last couple of meetings that we've had fantastic conversations. We've had wonderful dialogue. The last few meetings have been fabulous. And I applaud the council for the open dialogue that we've had because it's been wonderful. But I want to be able to continue that and to better understand processes, which you did great with Edgar on the last meeting, I believe it was, of explaining a process. But this is another process that I feel is important that the community needs to understand. The more we understand processes, the better that relations and dialogue can be moving forwards. And it's better for the community to heal and grow as we understand these processes. That's the only point I'm trying to make is the better that we understand processes as a whole, the easier it is for us to continue to heal and grow that transparency and unity together between each other. That's all I'm trying to say is so that we can continue to grow together.
What do you want to know? I can tell you about the process. I mean, is there anything specific? Yeah. Is there anything specific you'd like to ask, Josh?
No, that's it. I'm just trying to say that we should at least acknowledge them instead of just skip over it as a consent item. That's the only point I'm trying to make is that we have a consent item, just boom, that we approve consent items, and it's like not even acknowledging, hey, we have 2 new planning commission members. Like when I first was on the council, we actually voted on each individual member of the planning commission, whereas here we're just like, boom, it's just like silent approval. And that's all I'm trying to say.
I was going to make a statement after if it was approved that we were going to have 2 new members. So, and before previously we never voted on them individually. They've always, yeah. So, all right. Any other questions from the council? Okay. Any other questions from the community?
If I may ask just a clarifying
Yep.
question, but is there a specific place, because with the appointments and the city council members, some are gonna get appointed, some are gonna get voted on, those kinds of things. Is there a specific place that lists out who reports to whom and what positions would have to be appointed versus what positions would be elected? I don't know if I need to, I don't want to do it on the records. I was just hoping that it's like, okay, here's the list, just so as a community, we know this one is going to be appointed within 30 days of being vacant. This one is that question?
Sort of. So, yeah. So, from a council perspective, it is online in the policies about appointment or voting. So that's out there. But under the mayoral responsibilities, this is the appointment is determined by that. And it is, I'm pretty 99% sure it's stated out there on that.
Okay.
And so the board, so previously, just giving a little bit more knowledge, the planning and the board of adjustments used to be 2 separate committees. We couldn't get enough people to participate. So therefore we put it together as one. And so that's why we have alternates as well. Just when somebody's out, life happens, we can fill in those positions.
And thank you. I guess I was thinking 10,000 feet view, bigger picture, like
Yeah.
going forward, but for the next 12 months, we're going to have open positions and things like that. Is there a place that the citizens, because I would be happy to post it, get the information and just say, hey, just so there's no confusion, when the city does this, here's why they do it.
Yeah. I think from a term perspective, I mean, I was privy to when the terms expired. Do we have that published anywhere?
I know the city council lists the terms. I'm not sure if the planning commission.
But we can get
list
that
does.
information.
If it's not, we can add it.
I would be happy
Yeah.
to post it, just so that kind of the citizens
Yeah.
know what to expect.
And again, it's offset like the council, like the term lengths are
Right.
even odd years kind of thing. And then there's, people leave, people come back in.
Okay.
Or bring people in. So, yeah.
They come back. Okay, and that would be helpful. I may follow up with that.
Yeah,
then and
that's fine.
Post a master.
Yeah, no,
somewhere.
that's fine.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Any other questions?
Could you put up the current planning commission up on the screen again? I just want to see who's on there since I was on it.
Let's see if I can do that.
Pull up an agenda.
I guess we do not have them listed on the website, but it is in the staff report. Let me go back to that.
I guess my thing is that since I was on it last year and appointed the city council, only 2 of the people on that list are still there. So it's just one of those it's one of those things that people have turned over so much for that position. And
Yep.
I know when I first got on, it was both split off. So there was the Board of Adjustments, they never met, and then they got merged. Even when during that time, I think we've had a couple meetings canceled because we couldn't have a quorum.
Yep.
So it's just one of those, it's a difficult position to fill in.
Yeah, Jessica Morris and Joanna Jones have been on it for a number of years. I would say 10 years or more.
Yeah.
And then Tim has been on it a couple of times. Linda's fairly new. So it seems like there's been a lot of turnover, but in fact, we have 2 members that have been on there for a number of years to kind of keep stability. And then whatever happens with the election, Tim's position could change. So there could be another opening coming up. But we really struggle to get people that want to step up and serve on these boards. So we really need the people to come forward if they want to help.
Any questions? Okay. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Naomi Hogue,
Yes.
Daniel Beatty,
Yes.
Donald Veith,
Yes.
Now, I'd like to formally congratulate Rowdy Reeves as the Coweta Planning Commission Board of Adjustments. He will be a new member, and Jennifer Curtis will be the alternate for Planning Commission and Board of Adjustments. So congratulations to them. We told them they didn't have to be here tonight for that. But all right, we'll move on down. We have nothing to be removed. We'll move down to item number, I think that's 7. I don't know what number we're on. Administration. The first item is the 121st Street Bridge Project right-of-way acquisition condemnation proceedings. Discuss and consider a motion directing the city manager to continue negotiations with the property owner for right-of-way needed for the 121st Street Bridge Project and authorization to proceed with condemnation of the property if necessary.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We've been discussing this for a few weeks now, but the main issue that we're at right now is that the property owner for the right-of-way that we need is trying to hold out to have a utility pole relocated so that a driveway can be put in to the property. And we originally agreed to do that and thought everything was good. And now it turns out the driveway is not wide enough for what they want, so they're kind of reneging. After further review, we discovered that the property that they're wanting to build on is in the regulated floodway, and it cannot be built on without extensive engineering and drainage studies. And then we would have to get permitting from FEMA to be able to do anything on it. That may even be why there's not a pole there. I'm not really sure, but in any event, at this point, we feel like we're just ready to move forward no matter what needs to be done. I instructed the right-of-way agent to make the final offer back to the property owners no later than today to let them know we're going back to our original offer. And if you don't accept that, then we're going to move forward based on council's decision if they want to proceed with condemnation. So that's where we're at today. I can give you an update towards the end of the week to see if they've accepted it. I asked for a deadline of next Monday, I believe it was. I believe what we would have to do for the next step is to do a resolution of necessity or something to that effect to move forward with the condemnation process. So I did mention earlier, the other final thing we're waiting on is the gas line relocation. ONG came back with the price, $90,000. That's kind of a difficult pill to swallow, but we will come up with funding to do that. And then we're just basically waiting on the right of way. So that's where we're at. What we're requesting is that you make a motion to proceed with condemnation process if the acquisition is not successful by August 10th, next Monday.
Did they agree previously and then came back and said, no, they didn't agree? Just for
Well,
awareness.
from what I was told, and this was done through a third party, they told the agent, we're willing to donate the property if you give us the driveway inlet. Let me just show you where we're at. This is the property in question, this long, narrow strip, and it's right adjacent to the bridge. And what we're needing to acquire, I'm not sure why it won't go there. Let me try this. This is just the north part of that parcel, that the top part of it that's shown in red. And then the yellow part is what we need to actually acquire for the right of way. But again, we wouldn't even be allowed to put the driveway inlet on the property. So we really just legally cannot do what they're requesting. And they seem to feel like they've got some kind of leverage with the utility pole, but we can't help with that either. It's a PSO pole and we can't tell PSO to move it. My first inclination was to try to work with PSO to get them to move it so we could move forward. And that's when we discovered that we really just can't even put the driveway in. So it's kind of pointless now.
Okay. Do they own property to the east or the west?
No,
So this is
just that one
This
strip.
is what they want. They just want that. And we legally cannot because of the FEMA floodway,
Right.
flood path. Okay.
So I'm not sure what their intention is on the property, but it's really not buildable.
I don't know if it's appropriate to talk about the condemnation process or how many times you've been through it or what the process has been here in Coweta. But just to outline it, the resolution is the first necessary step. It outlines the fact that we made a final offer at fair market value and it's been refused, and that there is a public use for the property that we are seeking to acquire through eminent domain. Once that's done, then a petition for condemnation is filed, and 3 commissioners are appointed by the judge handling the condemnation case. And those commissioners will give an evaluation of what the property's worth. And at that time, the city can pay the amount that the commissioners award is into a fund or the court to be distributed to everybody who has a property interest in it, which is probably just the owner. And at that point, once monies are paid into the district court, regardless of what the final disposition of a jury trial, which could be many, many months, at that point, we can still go in and start our project. We then have the right to do what we were seeking to do pending jury trial or whatever rights that the property owner or the city wishes to exercise.
All right. Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. At this point, this is the only piece that is basically holding us up from
Yes.
completing or moving forward with the 121st Street Bridge. Okay. Any questions from the council?
Is there anything that we can do today to kind of help speed the process up if that August 10 deadline comes and goes?
We did not prepare a resolution. I didn't feel like we had enough information yet to do that, but it's something we could call a special meeting to get the resolution. In fact, we discussed having a special meeting for the interview process. We could combine it, do that at the same time.
Okay. All righty. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Alrighty. We'll move down.
Naomi Hogue,
Yes.
Donald Veith,
Yes.
Daniel Beatty,
Yes.
All right, Josh, I know you want to talk on this one, so give me just a minute. Item number 2, Crossroads Communication Professional Service Agreement, renewal of professional services agreement with Crossroads Communications LLC for public relations consulting at the cost of $50,000 and direction to the city manager to execute all necessary documents. Julie?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This was tabled at the last meeting, and so we're coming back with more information, or additional information, I should say, that to give you a better perspective on everything. So the city of Coweta has been working with Crossroads for a number of years. As our Mandy serves as our PIO, and one of the advantages we have with Crossroads is that they understand municipal government, and they also have a very extensive staff that can handle multiple types of issues that we encounter on a regular basis. So one of the big roles they play is in crisis and emergency communications. And I would like to ask maybe Brian can come up and explain some of the ways that Crossroads has helped us during some of the things that we've encountered over the years. And Chief Bell as well can add to that, I'm sure.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Is that good? All right.
Bring it
Maybe a
over.
little closer.
A little closer. Got it. So on behalf of just the fire department, I'm just speaking on how I manage the fire department. Miss Mandy and her team have just very frankly answered every time that I've called them all throughout the hours of the night. I can't speak on anything other than whenever I send fire prevention items out, they go and grab stuff off NFPA. They build stuff for me. They've even offered to come take pictures. They've done stuff above and beyond for my department. They have not let me down one time. Everything that I have ever asked them to do. If last meeting or 2 meetings ago, there was something that popped up with Coweta Fire Department on Facebook. She was sitting right behind me. I just handed her my phone and said, "What is the proper response for this?" Because it was complicated, and that wasn't part of her job. She just helped me. So I have nothing but good words to say as far as the fire department and the public informations officer side of this. And I can go and tell you all kinds of stuff, but just to summarize it, I have 3 contacts on my phone. I call 1, 2, 3. Someone has always answered, and no matter what, I have not been let down by them yet. But I've asked anything, and I'll elaborate any way I can as far as the fire department.
Any questions for Brian? Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, for inviting me up here to talk about this. This is an important subject for the police department. We deal with emergencies each and every day. And it's very, very important that the person on the other end of the phone understand the laws and the statutes and the ordinances that we deal with. When I put a statement out, we have to be very, very careful because I bring liability to the city when I make a statement. And so Mandy and I have been together for, I want to say, the past 4 years. We've been friends and partners. We've been learning together as we go when it comes to the process of putting information out. We do videos for advertising for positions that we have open. We've done videos to teach people about certain laws that are going on in the city. We also do bits that we put out there on Facebook. Those are important to us as far as different things that are coming up, different things that are affecting the citizens, road closures, stuff like that. And each and every time, I don't care what time of the day it is, by the way, somebody from her organization will pick up that phone and answer it. And they will stay on that phone. And if I ask them, and not a lot of times you're not going to get this portion of it. If I ask them, I need you out here. And there's been a couple times when we've had to have for standoffs and stuff like that. I said, I need you out here right now. I've got news standing out here and I don't have time to deal with them. I've got to deal with an emergency. They come right to the scene. So even though it may seem like an awful lot of money, there's a partnership there that matters. There's trust. And right now I have that. Thank you.
I just want
Any
to,
questions?
no, I don't. I just want to make my statement is, I've worked with Mandy and her team regarding the groundbreakings and activities like that. And I really appreciate the services they provide. They go in, they research, like there's things I don't get to ask that they get to ask and help me prepare for those types of presentations. So I just wanted to give my 2 cents there. So Josh, I know you had a public comment. Would you like to come forward?
One thing I'd like to add real quick is we did do a cost comparison in place of the contract hiring one person. And if we had a salary of 60,000, the total cost for hiring would be close to $90,000, including, all the benefits and equipment needed, things like that. And that's just one person. With Mandy's group, we have, I would say, 10 people on staff. And she's taking my phone calls at 2:00 in the morning when we have a water line break or whatever. It's someone that we can always count on. And when she's not there, there's someone else there. Come on up, Josh.
Thank you all, Mayor, Council, and Ms. Castine. That answers a lot of the questions that I had. I think the biggest thing to consider is, which you guys explained, where a firm comes in. The main question I had is, what exactly do they do? Which you answered that. The other comment that I did want to make is, which you just answered, is the cost analysis of what it would cost. When you consider the cost, as I mentioned last month, you have to consider, are we looking at a administrator, a social media administrator? Are we looking at a coordinator? Are we looking at a clerical? There's different levels of what this person would do. The main concern that I had with this position was not necessarily looking at a manager. It was more so looking at the level of a clerical level, which would be a cheaper, that would report to the city manager, which you would have that manager title to oversee this person, which would then, in addition to the duties of this, would also allow us another clerical position to help offload some of the other responsibilities that some of the clerks are having with, with your records requests and things of that nature, to take some of the load off of you that you so graciously do under your willingness. So it was just trying to find ways of budget concerns that we have and lack of manpower. It was just trying to find alternative solutions that we may have, which that you are aware of more so than any of us. So it was just looking at alternatives. Some of the concerns that I did see, which I appreciate Chief Woodward and Chief Bell showing the need and necessity of how it helps them and how it has helped you. That helps a lot to understand some of the concerns that I've seen in the past as we went through the data center challenges, looking at some of the issues that we had with, hey, we have a city council meeting, a special meeting that's at ICTC that's at this address, but then we have the public works meeting that's at this address. It's like, hey, why are the addresses not matching up? There's small little things that aren't matching up. It's like, where does that responsibility fall? Is the information only as good as what's reported to this agency? Where do those shortcomings fall? Where does that lie? Is it on them, or is it back on whoever relays that information? And that's the question I have, right? If we're paying that $50,000 to them, why are we having these mistakes? Where does that accountability come? Again, I fall back to what I mentioned before. Where does the accountability lie? And that's the question I have. I'm like, hey, if we're paying $50,000 to 10 people, as you said, that's looking over us, I mean, that's concerning. If I have 10 people that could potentially look over us, we can't have those hiccups at $50,000 cost. Whereas if we had one person here that's familiar with Coweta, that's in-house, that's looking over these things, that's responsible for those things, I think we might have fewer mistakes and it wouldn't be responsible to manpower. That was the only concern I have. But I think, to your point, maybe this could be a better solution. So I'll leave that to you guys to decide.
I think it's, Josh, I know you have concerns about little mistakes like that. There's always opportunity for improvement, and that's something that we could potentially work with them to ensure that consistency and maybe a QA, multiple QAs on things before they're published. So definitely I think there's an opportunity. So I don't know where that ownership lies. I mean, it's a two-way street. We're human. We all make mistakes, and that was a lot of changing that was going on at that time, live location, and we were pivoting very quickly. So. Absolutely. Come forward, Mandy.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you tonight while you do consider this contract and to answer Josh's question. That accountability lives with me. I mean, it's my team. So if there's a mistake, that's my fault in the end. And we are human. So we have had issues where we had to go back and correct something. I will say that the team is very responsive. So when someone says, hey, that time changed, like we're going to immediately go back and address that. I don't think there's been many of those, but there have been over the course of the decade or so that we've been working with Coweta. There have been some challenges here and there, and those live with me. I think the one thing I would want to make sure is clear, the difference between a clerical position and the kind of position that we serve for Coweta. I have to know the laws, like Chief Bell mentioned. If I say something wrong in a statement to the media or on the city's Facebook page, I open the city up to liability. I can negatively impact the outcome of a criminal case. Like those things are I've been through specific training through district attorney's offices, through other communication agencies to make sure that I am qualified to take those really complicated situations, protect the city, protect the rights of victims, to protect the way that we talk about a suspect. I mean, those things are all important. Medical laws, all those things are specific knowledge. You don't get that with someone who's coming in to do social media or to write press releases, because it's not the job. We do those things, but that's not really the job. I have in my purse a notebook that I carry around all the time, because if Chief Bell or Chief Woodward calls me or Edgar calls me, I have to get all the information immediately. I have one in my car. I have one on my nightstand, because sometimes those calls are at 2 a.m. on a Saturday morning. That's the job. And actually, we take that seriously. I mean, our role is to help the city communicate to its public. It isn't always easy, and it isn't always well received, but we strive to be accurate, efficient, effective, and to protect the city and its agencies as a whole. I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
How many people manage the Coweta account through your office? You mentioned 10. Is it all 10 people, or is it just?
We have a staff of 10. I am your account manager, so that's why the buck stops. I'm also the company owner, so the buck stops with me. We have a social media coordinator and a content developer. They both work on Coweta. I have another PR specialist, Garrett, who works with Coweta, and I have 2 graphic designers who also work on that team. Then we have some admin people as well. So it's a pretty wide range of folks, and a web guy as well.
Do you guys manage the website for the city too as well, or is that the city?
You have a platform called Civic Plus. That's where the website lives. So while we don't host your website, we do go in and make changes and updates regularly for new things as y'all ask us to do that. Your department heads will typically say, hey, can you update the small business development grant page? Can you add this information to the public works page? And we do those things.
Yeah, the city department heads do a lot of their own edits on the website, but more complicated things, Mandy's team will go in and do that for us.
And you mentioned social media. How much is it ran by the city? How much is it run by you guys?
We do all of that. That is completely handled on our, I mean, now we are in communication with the city regularly about what's important. Officer Lawmaster, your code enforcement officer, he has several things he wants us to put out between July and August. So he'll tell us what those things are. We make sure that happens. Your community development director will send us items that they want to make sure are on the social media plan. We include those things. And then we're on the lookout for National Fire Safety Month is always October. So like, what is the plan for that communication? We have regular rhythm of any communication for city council meetings, for the city manager's report when it comes out, any special events that are happening within the city. We share the library's posts on the regular. So it's a planned set of work. And then 75% of what's happening in a month is usually planned in advance. The 25% is there's a road closure, a water line break, something has happened that needs to be addressed in the moment.
A couple more thoughts I had. How much of it is crisis management? How much is it like social media management? And
Do you want me to answer that question for the last 12 months or for a typical arrangement? Because it's not this.
dealer's choice.
Yeah, it's not been typical in the last 12 months. In the last 12 months, I would say 80% of the work we have done is either crisis management or it is specific to a current situation. Investigations, data center situations, all of that. In a normal, because this is not the only city that we do this work for. So in a normal year for Coweta and for other communities, it's about 50-50. And we typically are going to refer to PIO work as crisis work because it's driven by a deadline, by specific needs, and by a set of parameters that are different than your typical social media.
Then my last question would be how much information do you get from the city on posting stuff? Just is it one of those things where you just kind of wait for information, or are you constantly trying to work with the city?
I don't know that there is a week that goes by that Julie and I haven't talked, or that Garrett hasn't spoken to the mayor or to Julie or to a department head. And I would say Chief Bell and Chief Woodward and I talk at least weekly. I mean, that's a pretty constant back and forth. They mentioned it as a partnership. That's how we look at it. So if we're not sure what's happening, or there's a thing that or don't feel like we have enough information for, or there might be a need, we're going to call and say, hey, tell me more about this thing, so that we can make sure that we've got that right.
Thank you.
I do think it's worth mentioning, Mandy does come to council meetings quite often. You're here probably 8 out of 10 times, you know. I mean,
Helps us know what's going on.
Yep, you stay connected. So
Any
I
other
just wanted to-
questions?
Chief Bell's coming up.
Quick thing that I just thought of because of what you were saying. One other important thing is that people don't realize the news makes mistakes,
Yep.
believe that or not, they do. And they post things on their sites on TV. She is the first person I call because she has connections to call those news agencies and say, hey, you messed that up. You need to fix this. I don't have those connections. And that's another thing that's important to me as the chief of police. If they mess it up, they need to fix it. She's the one I'm going to call, her or Garrett. Those are the two that are on my speed dial.
Jackie, will you come forward so the people can,
I said yes, I'm playing my.
Yeah, I was
no,
okay.
just so that
Um,
people at home can
oh,
hear, because
yeah, sorry.
I don't want it to be.
Is it a flat 50,000 or based on the last 9 months, do you upcharge for crisis?
That's a great question. I'm going to come back.
Please come forward and answer.
So that's a great question. And we actually have made a change to the contract. If you look at last year's contract versus this year's, it is more. The reason for that is because we, in the previous contract, there was a base set of work that we were allowing, and then we had to bill you for anything extra.
Yep.
And based on the last 12 months, we were like, this is ridiculous. So I'm accepting that we're going to be at risk, which means we've increased the contract amount, but taken off any overages. So unless you said, hey, rebuild the entire website, that's a project. We would scope that out differently. But the work you consistently ask us to do that comes up, even data centers, even crisis investigations, we're going to include all of that in the coming year under that flat fee. So it won't matter. If we have a month where we have 3 water main breaks and 4 serious accidents, it's not going to change the cost the city is going to bear. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Well, you mentioned that, so it'd be like an opportunity for the city to like post videos, like updated projects, or would there be any additional cost with that to what you guys are doing, like just positive stuff that's.
It absolutely could happen. I mean, as long as we can film it ourselves, there would be no additional cost. If I have to hire a videographer to do something special, like special, because we have our own high-end camera. So if we can shoot it ourselves, it will be included under the retainer. If I've got to hire a production crew and light it, then there's going to be an extra cost for that. But you would know that in advance, because we would present that as an out-of-scope estimate for city council approval.
And
Okay.
in the past, your team has done videos for the city.
Yes. I mean, normally we can do that ourselves.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Any other questions from the council? Any other questions from the community? Thank you, Mandy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Naomi Hogue,
Yes.
Daniel Beatty,
Yes.
Donald Veith,
Yes.
Move down to item number 3, ordinance 921, detaching territory from Coweta city limits. An ordinance detaching territory from the city limits of the city of Coweta, Oklahoma, which is located within the northwest quarter or fourth of the southwest quarter of section 15, T17N, R16E on Indian Base Meridian, Wagner County, state of Oklahoma, and is generally south of Highway 51, north of East 151st Street, and east of South 337th East Avenue in Wagner County, Oklahoma, all as more particularly described as ordinance number 921, providing for servability and declaring an emergency.
That's just my show.
Yes.
So-
Yep,
okay.
this is you.
So, so I'll give you a little story here. We have a property owner that is involved in this detachment from the city limits. who discovered when they were wanting to develop the property that part of it was in the city limits according to maps and part of it was not. And they needed to be certain as to who has jurisdiction and what ordinances or laws they're going to have to obey. They had their engineer contact the city development department, and at that point, they wanted to get the property de-annexed or detached in order. That's how the statutes refer to it. When our GIS person here, Keith Wagg, looked into this, he could not find any ordinance where we annexed it. He then, and I did too, contact the Indian Nations Council of Governments who does our mapping, and they did not have any record of it being annexed. And then I did not contact, I don't know if anybody here did, but we ultimately contacted the ad valorem tax division of the Oklahoma Tax Commission and to find out if they had a record of the annexation. They had no record of it. What happens when we do annex, the ad valorem tax division contacts the Oklahoma University Center for Spatial Analysis, and they do the mapping. So we don't know how this property ended up being shown as part of the Coweta city limits. The only solution that I could come up with was, regardless if we have any record of it being annexed, the way to take it off is to de-annex it, detach it. And so what will happen if you approve this ordinance, it will ultimately hit all the bases, INCOG as well as the ad valorem tax division. They should see that it's shown as being on their maps as annexed, and they will detach it. And then the property will be free and clear from any regulation by the city of Coweta. And that's the purpose of it. Really is kind of a title issue, but it's an annexation issue that we don't know how it happened, but we're going to try and clear it up.
And currently, this citizen does not have public utilities or the Coweta utilities.
That is correct.
Okay, just making sure.
We provide.
Easy to pull up a map, just to see, curiosity thing, to see where it is.
It's attached to the ordinance, yeah.
Is that at Highway 51, and what's the cross street? Is that 351st?
I don't.
357th. 337, excuse me.
So I believe the green portion there is the property that is they own. And you can see part of the property, it's almost a T shape. Part of that property is theoretically in the city limits of Coweta, and part of it's just in the county.
That doesn't make sense.
It does not make sense, and it's an island. It's not connected to the rest of the city, which is raises some questions in my mind. But the bottom line is we're trying to clear this up.
Can they come back at a later time and ask to be annexed into the city? Just stating
Yes,
that for
but
public.
It would need to be contiguous or touching the city limits, existing city limits, and we can't find anything here that touches our city limits. So it'd be a bit, we'd have to find some way to make it touch.
Okay. Or other people would have to be asked to be annexed in, and then,
Right.
yes, we don't do spot zoning. and
No, we
spot-
don't.
Spot annexation. So,
That road there going this way?
On the left-hand side,
Yeah, this is 51.
51's on the north. there at the top.
337th is the one going north and south.
I might be wrong, but I was under the assumption that, I've been told this, never heard it officially, that off the highway, so many feet off that highway is considered city limits. Whatever parts of city limits goes to, emergency servability area, so many feet off of each side of that highway. That's just something I've heard. I'm not sure that's the case here, but I'm seeing the highway right there.
I think that's very confusing as far as how that would happen, and So I'm not sure exactly the situation you're thinking of, but there's no automatically parts of the highway that are brought into the city limits. Um,
And from emergency perspective, the highway is the highway, you know.
What I was saying, I had like, well, where it stems from is I had a customer.
You want to come up here? Because people are going to be asking what you're saying. And
I had a customer many years ago
Yeah.
complaining about being in city limits, said he was annexed because he lived within a certain proximity of the highway. And that's how it happened or of that nature. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but I was like, well, that, you know, but he also butted up to city property on about two or three different sides. So, but just like me, I wasn't originally, when I first moved out here 20 years ago, I wasn't in city limits either, but I am now. So I wasn't sure. That's just what he told me. And that's some other things that I've heard as well, that if the highway that's in city limits, so many feet off that is considered city limits on each side of the highway.
I think there's a provision in the statutes that some talks to something like that, but I don't think it does exactly as you described it. I probably will go back to the statutes and try and refresh my memory on it.
Yeah.
So
like
let's
I
talk
said, it
later
is-
on.
I don't know how valid it is. So
Yeah.
anyways, that was it.
thank you,
Thank very
Joe.
much.
Any other questions from the council or the community?
I would make note that this does have the emergency clause attached, but since you don't have 4 members, that cannot be approved. So
Okay.
it'll be 30 days before this is effective if you approve it.
Any questions from the council? I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Naomi Hogue,
Yes.
Daniel Beatty,
Yes.
Donald Veith,
Yes.
We'll move down to item number 4, purchase of a 2025 Ford Police Interceptor utility K9 vehicle with equipment. Discuss and consider approval on the purchase of a 2025 Ford Police Interceptor utility K9 vehicle utilizing State of Oklahoma contract SW0035 and associated equipment utilizing NASPO contract SW141 for a total cost not to exceed $75,126. Chief Bell?
Thank you once again for allowing me to come up here and talk to you about purchasing a K9 vehicle. They're a little bit more expensive than normal vehicles are because there's a little bit more bells and whistles on it. It has the hot box, which rolls the windows down. When the vehicle gets too hot inside, automatically rolls the windows down to protect the dog. We also have the door opener, so when the K9 handler is outside the vehicle, if he gets attacked, he can push a button on his belt, opens up the door, and that way the dog can get out of the vehicle and come to his aid. So we asked to replace the K9 vehicle, which has well over 100,000 miles on it right now. So we're going to go out and buy a new one and put all the cages and everything back in that vehicle and get down the road with it. Any questions?
Why 2025 and not a 2026?
That's what they have right
Okay.
now sitting on their lot. They
Okay.
actually have one sitting there ready to sell us.
Okay,
It will probably be cheaper too.
Yes.
because it's 2025. Yeah.
Yes.
Just wanted to ask. The
So we'll
viewers
save
at
a
home
little bit
may
of money
ask
on
too.
that.
So, okay. Any questions? We do have a police dog. So
We do.
We got
still
him
have
what,
a police
a year
dog,
ago,
very
2 years
good
ago.
police dog.
Joe, you were here on council when.
Yep.
So.
Braxton is a very good dog and we want to keep him and utilize him very much. So, and we'll end up taking the K9 car that we do have and we'll sell that to somebody else. So we will make
Okay.
some money off of the unit that we have. There'll
Okay.
be a smaller agency that might be able to use that.
Okay. Any questions from the council?
Good.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Naomi Hogue,
Yes.
Daniel Beatty,
Yes.
Donald Veith,
Yes.
Move down to item number 5, council member at large appointment. Discuss and consider action on the appointment of a candidate to the council member at large, including possible discussion on applicants Doug Black, Randall Cunningham, Joe Cash, Aaliyah Jones, and Andrew Schote. And then we just had one more, Kathy, what was her name?
Kathy Walker applied this afternoon, and also Randall Cunningham withdrew his application.
Okay. As well as other candidates whose applications were not received by the time of the agenda posted. So Josh, I do see you have a comment. You wanted to talk on this one. Would you like to come forward before we, or would you like to wait, Josh? We had number 5 on here, so.
All right, thank you, Mayor, Council. For this, I would just kind of echo and repeat what we stated on the previous appointment with my seat, would be that if we're going to have an election for a one, then I think we should have an election for this one. So that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you. I do want to note that with this position, the at-large, there's not enough time for the general election. The next general election would be April of next year, right? So this current position, if we were appointed today, would serve from today till April of next year, where they would have to run for vote. So that is just stating that out there. So this person would be from today or whenever to April. So, and it'd be up for election. So,
Yeah, the way the statute reads, there is not a chance for another election between now and April because of the timing of everything.
and if we were to move to appointment, we would have a full council at that time and not be, having items come forward that could not be implemented as an emergency because we do not have 4 people on the council. So, all right. I think, is Doug Black here? Would you like to come forward, Doug? So just for transparency, I did not interview any of the candidates. Did you, any of the other council members? Okay. So this is the first opportunity for the community to hear this as well. Can you tell us a little bit about why you'd like to be on city council?
I moved here in 1987, been a member of the community ever since. Was pretty active with the community, and then I got active with the state level with DAV, State Commander for the Disabled American Veterans. Since then, I moved on to the Board of Director for Disabled American Veterans. I'm also employed with the Department of Veteran Affairs. I'm the Northeastern Oklahoma Emergency Manager for the VA. And it's sad when I see empty seats up here because you guys are our voices, and if these seats aren't full, nobody's held accountable.
Any other questions from the council?
Have you ever served on as a counselor anywhere?
Not as a council member, but I've served as a board of directors for the DAV.
Do you have any issues with attendance, being able to attend once a month or ad hoc when special meetings arise?
No.
Okay. Alrighty. Any other questions from the council? All right. Thank you, Doug. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. We'll move forward with Joe Cash is next on the list. Joe, would you like to come forward and tell us a little bit about why you'd like to be on council again?
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Joe Cash, and I come before you as an individual with no vendetta, no anger, and the only thing and nothing to gain other than like to work as a team to help keep this city in a positive direction that it is currently going. I look forward to working with you guys, like I said, working as a team and just keeping the city on the right track. So that's all I have to say.
Would you have any issues attending once a month or ad hoc meetings?
No, man.
Okay. Any questions from the council? I commend you for wanting to sit up here again.
It wasn't an easy decision.
Yeah.
It really wasn't. It was something I prayed on. Yeah, it wasn't easy. So.
And just for awareness, there is training that as council members you do have to attend, and Joe has attended that. So.
And that is, I feel like that might be an asset, is I can kind of come in and hit the ground running. I know you guys we're going to be dealing with issues at a fast pace probably here over the next few months. And I will still probably always ask for advice, fellow council members. But for the most part, I'm already familiar with the ropes. So,
Joe, by the way, I found the statute that we were talking about. We'll talk later.
Okay.
Any other questions from the council? Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. All right. Next up is Aaliyah Jones. She's not able to make it. Okay. And Andrew Schote. Hi, Andrew.
My name's Andy Choate. I've been in public service with either state or local government for a little over 32 years now. I had an opportunity to get to sit with councils and listen and kind of learn from, past mistakes, issues that councils had at the time. I live here. My wife and I have been married 35 years. We got 3 grown sons, 6 grandchildren, and I can't find a better service that somebody can have other than serving the community they live. So
And you go by Andy,
I
right?
go by Andy, correct.
Okay, not Andrew. Okay. Would you have any issues attending, once a month or ad hoc special meetings or events?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I think I noticed on your application you put down Bixby. Do you live within the city?
I live within the city of Bixby. I mean, within the city of Coweta.
Okay.
I think that was a default somewhere in the Civic Plus application process and being saved. Obviously, that PO box had been saved at some point in that.
We did confirm that all the candidates are eligible, and so.
Any questions from the council? Okay. All right.
Andy, it's good to see you again.
You too, Pat.
I knew when I was city attorney in Bixby, so.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all.
So I am going to ask here, is there any questions from the community? Do you have any questions? Oh, we have one more. Sorry, we have one more. Kathy. Sorry. Is it Katie or Kathy?
Hello, Mayor, Council, thank you for having me. So I did prepare a few copies of my resume. I did not consider the logistics of approaching the bench, so I would request humbly if you would be willing to pass these out to the council members. I have these here. My name is Kate Walker. I go by Kate. My name is Catherine. I have chosen to build my life here in Coweta. And that means that I am looking ahead. I stand to inherit the future of Coweta and the world that we live in. My friends and family live in Coweta. Myself, my neighbors, and the people that I love, we drive on the roads and we drink the water. And Coweta is growing. I moved to Coweta about 5 years ago now. And the growth and the change that I've seen in that time has been staggering and amazing. The thing about growth, however, is that growth does not wait for us to be ready for it. The decisions that we as a city and as a community that we make now are what are going to determine how equipped we are to handle growing pains in the future. And getting ahead of that curve is going to be the difference between growing fast and growing well. For what I bring to the table, I hold a degree in chemistry with an emphasis in environmental chemistry, industrial as well. So I'm especially interested and equipped to especially with all of the violations that Coweta has experienced recently with water quality coming from the verdigris, that I'm uniquely equipped to interface with the Department of Environmental Quality. In my professional life, I work and I excel in process improvement and cross-functional collaboration. And so what that means in English is that I'm working with a lot of different groups. I'm working with oil hands, and I'm working with engineers, and I'm working with executives. And my job is to speak with all of those people and speak with all of those groups and find a level ground and find a way to communicate to diverse audiences from people from all walks of life. What I do at my day job is I essentially, I take processes and I poke holes in them and I see where the water leaks. And then I attempt to address root causes. And that is my favorite part of my job. I love it. I love what I do. I have a lot of experience with addressing diverse audiences. If you'll see on my resume, I did work for Williams Companies and for some time, and for a time at that position, one of my responsibilities was internal communications among a very large enterprise. And once again, that was going out to oil field hands, that was going out to executives. So in the interest of communicating to our community and getting information out for those who need to hear it and making sure that everybody has the ability to understand, I think I'm very well equipped for that. In addition, in my professional life, I work with water utilities and industrial dewatering in addition to oil and gas. And so I am interfacing with municipal governments. So I work for an automation control panel company. So I am receiving bids from municipal governments when they have projects. And so from a different lens, I have experience with interfacing with municipal governments, which I think is very exciting. And I would love the opportunity to learn more about it. This is not a stepping stone for me. Coweta is my home. I don't claim to have all of the answers, but what I do promise is that I am prepared to listen. I am prepared to learn. I am prepared to think it through, and I am prepared to serve my community to the best of my ability. Once again, Coweta is my home, and I hope that I'm ready to put in the work, and I hope that I have earned your consideration. Thank you.
Do you foresee any issues being able to attend once a month or ad hoc special meetings?
No, ma'am.
Any questions from the council? Sorry, my brain was thinking there.
Have you ever served as a council member anywhere before?
No, I have not.
What sparked your interest? Just do you want to be a part of it?
I live in Coweta and I drink the water, and there's been so much noise and discussion over the last year, and it's one thing to see people angry on Facebook, and it's quite another to read the facts of what's going on. And I am a very logical person. I like to approach the things in my life with evidence, and so given a lot of the press that Coweta has received in the last year. I know that we have a wonderful community. I love the place that I live in, and I love the people. I love my neighbors. I have friends and family who live in Coweta, and I want to see Coweta do well, and I want to see it grow. I also know that Coweta, we're about to add 1,000 homes, and we have strain on our water on our water infrastructure now, and for where we're going, I plan to be here by 2030. And so it is in my direct and personal interest to care.
Thank you for that. Any questions from the council? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. There's no other candidates out here at this time. Okay. And we verified address. Okay. Would we appoint, like if we pick somebody, would we go ahead and bring them on?
We can do it tonight.
Okay.
We could take the oath tonight if that was.
Okay.
what you
That'd be a
wanna do.
new item we'd have to add to the agenda.
No, you can just do an oath of office, even as not part of the meeting. It can be done in the hallway
Okay.
or whatever. It's not required to be done in a meeting.
Okay. All right.
The clerk may need to get ready for that.
Surprise. All right. Any questions from the community? I think you had a question. Would you like to come forward, please? Yeah. If you could tell us your name.
Yeah, Kelly Walker. I was just wondering if everybody who applied tonight has ever served this community before. I saw some stuff on Facebook. I wondered if it was.
Joe is the only individual who has been on council before.
Did anybody in any other role or have any
Not that I'm aware of.
being?
I believe Doug Black. Sorry, Doug Black was an employee of the city for a number of years. That's the only connection.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the community? Jackie, I see you like reaching forward. Come.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
So for purposes.
Make
of-
sure.
Sorry, you think I'd know that by now. For purposes of hiring, did I hear you say that you guys have not interviewed anybody up until now? So this is the first you're hearing of the people. Are you going to go off in executive session and talk about it? Do you have any kind of hiring metric that you're going to use, or it really is just based on the 2 minutes that they,
We were also provided their applications and everything that they sent in prior
Prior.
to this
Okay,
meeting.
so
So yeah,
you've
we
gotten to-
yes.
okay.
It goes
Yeah.
beyond this the 2 minutes
Yeah.
here. so.
Okay, so you do have information on them.
Yes.
You've been
Yes.
able to research prior
Independ-
to walking into-
independently. Yes.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
That helps.
All right. I'll leave it up to anybody want to make a motion?
I would say my one thing is nothing against the group. But just mostly like I've a little bit hard time wrapping my head around. We have two people who are running for election right now that we're kind of like, well, good luck, guys. We'll let you know later on. And right now, we're going to appoint somebody. That's just my little quandary I have in my head. I get the deadline and everything like that. Just we have two individuals that actually went through the legwork and do everything. And realistic, I guess they could have probably applied. Because is that correct? And got
Yes, I
appointed?
actually had someone ask that question and they chose not to. So they did have that opportunity since this is at large.
So that's just my one little thing I'm trying to wrap around is that we have two people running for election and we can basically appoint someone tonight and just kind of skip over that.
Yep.
I get the ordinances and that stuff. That's just the one thing I just have a hard time tangling in my head.
Yeah, I'm kind of I'm kind of in agreement, but that at the same time, we're gonna have another city councilor come September, and at that point, we run the risk of just having four of us. So I mean, yeah. So I guess I have concerns both ways. Concerns?
My immediate, we are running thin. Life happens. That's my biggest concern at this point. We could, unfortunately, tragedy happens every day. We could appoint today, or we could wait till an election in April. I mean, that's a significant amount of time. So, I mean, that is my. I mean, I'm open to whatever, but I mean, ultimately, I mean, being realistic about it, we do have a candidate that has been through the training who could come in, who already has the potential to sit in the seat and keep moving forward, or we have new opportunity within the community that could provide new insight and a different point of view, and or we could do nothing. So. And run the risk of not being able to move items forward if something was to unfortunately happen to us. So.
Would we be able to appoint next month once we have another body up here?
You have 60 days to make the appointment tonight from the date of the resignation. So
I believe September 3rd was the deadline. So you'd have to do it by a special meeting if you're going to. The next regular meeting is September 14th, excuse me.
And we were, just from my perspective, we are in the process of interviewing candidates for city manager. And I would hope that that candidate, if we were to appoint, could be involved in those, be sworn in and be able to be a part of those and not have to, not participate. So, and be a voice. So.
One more, and then I promise I won't come back.
No, you can come back.
Is there nothing, are there no emergency things in place? Say Don gets hit by a Yoakum truck tomorrow. No offense.
Whoa now, whoa,
I'm
whoa,
just
whoa.
saying, I mean, look,
That's
I
on
worry
record,
about
right?
every time I
That's in
come out of
case
my
that does
driveway,
happen.
those Yoakum trucks. I have to believe that there's something in the city charter that would allow, no.
It's listed in the staff report how that works, and this is our only alternative.
So
if something happened to him, we would be going through this process again.
you would appoint somebody then.
Potentially, depending on the
Right.
timing and
Okay.
at the council's discretion, whether they wanted to move. But unfortunately, at this time, there isn't another general election until
Until late, right.
Until
No,
April.
I didn't know if there was an emergency clause because you see that on the agenda. So I hope for your well-being. I will pray for you tonight, Ron. But okay, that just helped clarify.
Man, if something does happen to me.
Hey, it's recorded. It's online. There you go. So. It's a lot. So.
I just have concerns of, what happens if there's like a stalemate between the four of us next month?
I think that you'll be stuck with waiting until April. You don't
Promise.
If you don't do this now or within the 60-day period, you'll be stuck with waiting until April, the election.
But if we have to wait till April, but then we have somebody come up here from the election in September, if there's something on the agenda that to vote for yes and to no on, what's the process at that point?
It's got to be a majority vote.
Okay.
So you need at least 2 right now.
Yeah. I'd motion to appoint Catherine Walker.
I'll second that.
Daniel Beatty,
Yes.
Naomi Hogue,
Yes.
Donald Veith,
No.
Motion passes.
Congratulations, Katie. All right. Do we want to go ahead and swear her in?
Do you want to stay for a meeting later on? Yes, I think you swear in. I don't know if we have to get the oath together
Okay.
here, but
We could go ahead and move on to the Public Works meeting and then take a recess and come back and do the oath and then go into the special meeting.
Okay. Katie.
Do you mind standing for me just a bridge? Let's put you right here so you're probably going to be in front of where you're going to be. Actually, do you mind, counselors, can you come join her for a second? Sure. I'm stop interrupting your meeting. No, that's okay. Yeah, but I don't want someone. No, I didn't want to be rude. Hold on a second. All right, swish. That was the official direction.
Item number 9, we have no new business, so this meeting is adjourned. You ready? Call to order the Coweta Public Works Authority. Roll call.
Naomi Hogue,
Here.
Daniel Beatty,
Here.
Donald Veith,
Here.
Item number 3 is consent items. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Naomi Hogue,
Yes.
Daniel Beatty,
Yes.
Donald Veith,
Yes.
All right. We do not have any items to be removed from consent. We'll move down to item number 5, administration. Bid award SCADA upgrades and filter controls project at the Coweta Water Treatment Plant to Digital 6 Laboratories, Inc. in the amount of $466,500. Discuss and consider action to award a bid to Digital 6 Laboratories, Inc., the lowest responsible bidder, in the amount of $466,500 for the SCADA upgrades and filter control projects at the Coweta Water Treatment Plant, budgeted in the Public Works Authority Utility Fund account 04-5404.033 and direction to the trust manager to execute all necessary documents related to the project.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Last month, we went out for bids on the SCADA replacement system. This project has been really critical for the issues that we've encountered over the last number of years. The system was put in place when the plant was built. I believe it went into operation in 2014, but it was cobbled together from older pieces for other buildings at the plant, and it really just doesn't work well. We went through an upgrade about 5 years ago for about $90,000, and we still have constant issues with it. And we've decided at this point it's really better to just start from scratch and build a new system altogether. So we had 4 bids that were submitted. The lowest and most responsible bidder is Digital 6 at $466,500. The highest bid was $1.1 million. So we feel pretty confident in their abilities. They have recently done the SCADA system for Rural 5, so they have a good understanding of how everything works here in Coweta. The contract includes a maintenance agreement for the second year of operation for $16,500. We really don't need that right now, but because it's in the contract, we still need to budget for the full amount. So we'll be asking for a budget amendment on the next item to cover that, and we can go over that here in just a minute. Are there any questions?
No? I mean, we've definitely, in my term here, the system has been a hot topic. So I think investing money into doing it right is key, because water is key to life, and we need to get this. So any questions from the council? I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Naomi Hogue,
Yes.
Daniel Beatty,
Yes.
Donald Veith,
Yes.
We'll move down to item number 2, Resolution 2026-37 regarding budget amendments. Discuss and consider approval of Resolution 2026-37, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Coweta Public Works Authority, Coweta, Oklahoma, adopting amendments to the annual appropriations for the budget of the Coweta Public Works Authority for fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2027, appropriating $16,500 in account 04-5324.033 of the Utility Services Fund for unencumbered fund balance for maintenance agreement for the SCADA system at the Coweta Water Treatment Plant.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As I stated, this amount was not included in the budget for the full contract. It's really not needed this year, but we will encumber it and then roll over to next year's budget.
Okay. Any questions from the council? I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Naomi Hogue,
Yes.
Daniel Beatty,
Yes.
Donald Veith.
Yes.
All right. We have no new business. This meeting is adjourned. We do not have a Coweta Industrial Development Authority meeting tonight, right? Or we do? Nope,
Correct.
we don't.
Yep.
We did have, for those in the audience, we did have an executive session that started at 4:45 today. We recessed from it to come into the regular council meeting. So we will now, do we need to make a motion to go back into executive session since we didn't come out, make a motion to come out of it?
No, I just think you're going to have to sign some documents here, so maybe reconvene that executive session in 10 minutes.
Okay. Alrighty. So,
And just so everyone's aware, we don't intend to take any action after the special session is over. So if you would like to leave, you're not going to miss anything.
yeah. The applications are being taken till August 31st. So we're going to be continuing, and we can't say confirm, but
I was happy to wait, but thank you for clarifying.
It's liable to be a couple hours, but.
We have
and-
2 hours.
And we'll have to come back in here to
Say
adjourn.
that we're not going to
Adjourn.
do anything.
Special
And make a motion. Yep, to. All righty. Thank you all.
So Ms. Walker, we're going to get the oath of office ready, and if you would like to stay and take that, and then if you have time, we have about a 2-hour process for interviews.
My wife's taking it to extreme. She's like writing a letter to the mailbox people on the mailbox. They close at 4:30 anyway, so. Well, twice now in the last week, they've put mail in the wrong box. This one is like the take-home sweater for our newborn. So she's like devastated. Well, next month. Yeah. Or everyone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we lost to them. Yes. Thank you. Jeez.
Can you go buy this one?
I don't know.
Have you asked your neighbors?
Well, it's just in that metal boxes in town, so it could be any.
Who knows?
It could be any of the.
Yeah, go down.
Okay, so
And that I will not knowingly receive, directly or indirectly, any money or other valuable thing for the performance or non-performance of any act or duty pertaining to my office other than the compensation allowed by law. I further swear that I will faithfully discharge my duties as a council member of the city of Coweta, a trustee for the Coweta Public Works Authority, and a trustee for the Coweta Industrial Development Authority. To the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
And Kira, Kira, wait, she will reach out to you to get.
I want to go, but, sir, please watch out for those cities. So watch out for the fire trucks. We don't.
Did they?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she had marked out everything but the one part. I was like, oh gosh. That would have been confusing. 2 hours. On a Monday, I love it. Not lately. think we only have one Coke left. No, I don't drink Coke. You don't drink Coke. You want me to say something that we're gonna rejoin the executive session?
For the viewers online, we will be going back into executive session. We recessed earlier, so the council will be moving and our new council member will be moving towards the council chambers. So feel free to wait. 2 hours. We'll be back. We'll be here. Thank you all. cold in here. All righty. Are we ready? All right. For the YouTubers online, I make a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
We don't have mercy. No, you're good. Yep. 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 Item number 2 is end executive session, exit executive session to discuss possibility to take action related to discussion held in executive session related to employment, hiring, and appointment of city manager and scheduling in interviews and candidates. I make a motion to continue to next session. What is it? The 10th at 5 p.m. to continue candidate interviewing candidates. Sorry. We'll get it.
Sorry. Second.
Naomi Hogue,
Yes.
Daniel Beatty,
Yes.
Donald Beach,
Yes.
Kate Walker. Yes.
All right. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for hanging online.
Hogue,
Yes.
Daniel Beatty.
Here.
Yes.
Kate Walker. Here. Okay.
Oh, you forgot to say Dawn.
I'm still here.
I thought he was dead.